Hello, everyone. Can I have everyone's attention? Nobody can hear me. Please begin taking your seats. We start in 2 minutes. Everyone, please take your seats. Candidates, would everyone please take their seats? Candidates, please come up to the altar and be seated alphabetically, starting with Matt on this end. I assume you are. Not very loud. They're doing the volume over there. You might go back in the corner where the text and ask them to turn it up. Okay. Okay. I think they're turning it up. Is that what they're doing? Yes. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Great. Good evening, House District 31. I'm Laura Mullins. I am chair of Senate District 31. And tonight with me I have Karen Tom, vice chair. Karen, wave your hand. And Wendy Rioch, our SD 31 secretary. First of all, I want to thank the Christchurch United Methodist folks for their hospitality. They've been steadfast partners with the Denver Dems for years, and we appreciate the support of the community. As you know, our district senator, Chris Hansen, is resigning his position effective January 9th, 2025, and we have been given the important duty of electing his replacement. We are very grateful for Senator Hansen's long and exceptional service to our community and to Colorado. We wish him all the best in the future. The forum and election are being broadcast live for the public and press on YouTube. The SD 31 Vacancy Committee members are attending in person and on Zoom. We will begin with a 1-hour candidate forum. The Vacancy Committee meeting will be called to order following a short break after the forum. Now, I'd like to introduce James Reyes, Chair of the Democratic Party of Denver.
Good evening. I'm at the tail end of a cold, so excuse my voice. I want to thank all of you for coming tonight and participating in this very important event. I do want to remind everybody, a vacancy committee process, as we probably all know, is not the most democratic way to select somebody to represent the people. I want to acknowledge that I think that's important. However, that is the process that is provided in law. And that is the process that we're going to follow, and we're going to faithfully follow it to the best of our abilities, ensuring that we are transparent and as open as possible in this process. So I'm proud of the work that our team has done to make sure that we can simulcast this event on YouTube, as well as allow folks to participate remotely. Every Senate district in Colorado has about 165,000 residents. This body has 109 members. Each one of you members of this vacancy committee represents 1,500 voters or 1,500 residents. And so I would take that responsibility very seriously when you think about the vote that you cast today. You're voting on behalf of 1,500 people, your neighbors, the people that live in your district. I do want to echo Laura's sentiment in thanking Senator Hansen for his years of service. But I especially want to congratulate or acknowledge the folks who've really helped put this together. So Laura Mullins, SD31 chair, who's done so much work to get this going. I'm very lucky. We are in good hands with Laura, under Laura's leadership. Very detail-oriented, really understands the process, and has taught me a lot in this. And so I'm really grateful, Laura. Thank you for your leadership. I also want to recognize and thank Karen Tom, who is the vice chair for SD31. And of course, Wendy Rioch, our secretary. I want to thank the Credentials Committee, who take their jobs very seriously and in securing or making sure that the folks who vote are eligible to vote, that nobody's denied the right to vote who is eligible, and that the votes are counted fairly. And so I want to thank Mary Geisinger and Elliot Lewis, who lead our Credentials Committee. I want to thank our Rules Chair and Vice Chair, who not only have helped us navigate the rules for this process, but have also serving as parliamentarian tonight, Andrew Fisher and Susan Rogers. Way back in the room, Scott Mangino, who's really helping with the tech tonight, making sure that we can simulcast this event and make it available to others. There's a lot of work and a lot of planning that went into this. I want to thank Scott for all that work, a lot of hours. And somebody who's absolutely indispensable to all the work we do in the party, Megan Stevens in the yellow shirt back there. Megan has done so much prep work in supporting the team, and she's also serving as our Sergeant-at-Arms tonight, which I'm grateful for. Thank you, Megan. I want to thank the CDP staff as well. I want to thank our state chair, Shad Murib, who is moderating tonight. I want to thank Karen Asensio, the Executive Director of Colorado Democratic Party. Thank you, Karen. And I also want to thank Martha Tierney, who is legal counsel for CDP and has been instrumental in helping us, again, navigate the laws to make sure that we execute this process correctly. And Sheila and Rebecca from Christ Church United Methodist, thank you for all of your help to making this work. And finally, I want to recognize and thank all of our candidates here tonight, all the folks on stage tonight. Look, it takes a lot to put your name out there and run for office. It really does. It is, you're putting yourself out there, subjecting yourself to the scrutiny of the public, and that's what all of these folks on stage have done, and they all deserve a huge round of applause from us tonight. This is a powerful bench of candidates. No matter who you elect tonight, you will be well served. And so I'm very glad that they all stepped up. I don't want to take a lot of time because I know we want to get to the forum, so I'll give it back to you, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And now I would like to recognize tonight's forum moderator, Colorado Democratic Party Chair Shad Murib. Thank you to Shad for taking this on.
Well, thank you everyone for being here. A moment, if you can clap again for, please, Chair Reyes for his incredible dedication to Denver, to this party. Good Good evening, candidates. Good evening, members. Good evening, members of the media and the public. My name is Shad Mirab, and I'm the chair of the Colorado Democratic Party. I am privileged to be able to moderate this forum here with you this evening so that we can learn as much as possible about this incredible slate of candidates we have to replace outgoing Senator Chris Hansen. So again, thank you for being here and participating in this moment. Like the chair said, we do everything we can within the confines of the law to make this transparent, inclusive, and accessible. And we know that some folks are eager for changes to this process, and we recognize that. But this is the highest degree of transparency, accessibility, and inclusivity, and that's something that we hold dear as a Democratic Party. So I'm grateful to be a part of this process and making sure that the public has as much insight into it as possible. So we'll be conducting the spirit of the forum with being kind to each other, with being generous. Please no booing, please no disparaging comments shouted. We want to make sure to give every candidate the chance to get their answers out. And the source of the questions were compiled from those submitted online by the community and vacancy committee members with some light editing for clarity where needed. So thank you to those who gave us some excellent questions to choose from. We're going to start with the rules, and then we're going to go into opening statements, and then we'll start with questions. The forum rules are as follows. Candidates will have 1 minute for an opening statement and 1 minute for a closing statement. Each candidate will be asked the same question and will have equal time to respond as specified with each question. There is an iPad facing the candidates that will track the time. It will give a 10-second warning to wrap up. I know it's hard, but we will work on this together. Candidates, when your time is up, please pass the mic to the next person. We'll be sharing a mic. If I interrupt you to pass the mic, it is not to be rude. It is not to cut you off. We will, of course, just make sure that we're respecting everyone's time here. We won't have time to take questions from the floor. All the candidates knew about the opening and closing statements, but not the questions they'll be asked, and a no cross-examination will be allowed. And so with that, we are going to jump into opening statements, starting with Matt Ball. You'll have 1 minute to give your opening statement.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Matt Ball. My grandfather used to tell stories about riding his bike in Capitol Hill, holding grocery delivery bags in both arms. I now live in that same neighborhood. My kids go to Dora Moore, and I have the privilege of being able to serve my community as Denver's Director of Policy. Before that, I was an attorney. I won statewide awards for my work in criminal justice. And before that, I was an Army Ranger. I served 4 deployments and earned 2 Bronze Stars, receiving the Tillman Scholarship. Being an effective legislator is about building broad coalitions to pass legislation. But it's not just about passing laws. It's about passing laws that work. As an executive level appointee at the city, I've seen state laws that make great headlines but have little impact. And I've also seen state laws that work. I am ready to leverage my experience and my background to pass laws that work on day one, tomorrow. I'll be a champion for climate, a champion for mental health, and a fierce advocate for the city of Denver. I'd be honored to have your vote for State Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Sean Camacho, you'll have 1 minute for your opening statement.
Well, good evening, everyone. We have made it. I am Rep-elect Sean Camacho from House District 6, and I am so thrilled to be here tonight. But I find it important to address 2 issues that I've heard. Why are you now running for SD 31? And there's 2 incredibly important issues. One, I spent the last year campaigning in every neighborhood, or a majority of the neighborhoods in the Senate District. I campaigned on a message of change, of legislative priority that focuses on more housing, reducing our cost of living, protecting our environment. And these were overwhelmingly accepted by the voters. But there is one reality. None of these priorities can really take hold unless we address the one thing that is really holding us back, and that is Tabor. I am uniquely suited in this moment to take on that fight, and I'm ready to start tomorrow. Second, the State Senate is not the most diverse body that represents this community. The State Senate has only 8% Latino vote. But our state has 22% Latinos. I find that a problem. That's why I'm running.
Thank you, Sean. Chris Kiari, you'll have 1 minute to give your opening statement.
I have said that I am unwavering on my commitments around organized labor, the environment, and reproductive rights. And this is what I mean. I knocked my first doors for the environment in '93, and I'm still doing that work today with Waste No More. But I made my first calls for choice in '94, calling for NARAL. Carried petition sections in the last election, and the Patterson Inn is one of the founding business members of the Cobalt Business Alliance. I joined after when I started making films. I joined long before I would have ever gained any benefit from paying those dues, but I knew the membership for generations that had done the work to make the opportunity. When I ran for city council in 2015, I was the labor-endorsed candidate. And when I bought the Patterson Inn, I signed a neutrality agreement with Unite Here, the largest hotel service employees union, and also the union of my great-grandmother's union that she joined over 100 years ago. Big energy special interests and healthcare consultants already have their say. I'm the no-strings-attached candidate, and I won't represent anyone but you and the 1,600 votes each of you represent tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Here's Halpern. You'll have 1 minute to give your opening statement.
Thank you all for being here. My name is Halpern, and I chose to run because I have spent decades representing and listening to some of the most marginalized communities amongst us. I have fought for disability rights, for mental health, for undocumented workers who have been exploited and not paid their wages, for sexual and racial harassment victims, for victims of police brutality. I'm fighting book bans right now. I have been listening not just to individuals, but entire communities that have been left behind in our contemporary society and economy. And that is what we all are here. We are a large community. And I feel that it is important for us to be considering and making sure that all of us are rising together, not just thinking about our individual selves. And I have that experience, and I've been fighting both as a union organizer and a civil rights lawyer for decades to make sure that we are all making progress together. And it is time to take back government from corporate interests and lobbyists and make sure we are all represented. And so I would be honored for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. Chenise Maloof, you'll have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Chenise Maloof, and I'm standing here today because, like so much of you, I'm terrified of our upcoming budget deficit. How is it that Colorado is one of the top income earners per capita in this nation, yet we are one of the lowest in spending for education, healthcare, and transportation? We call this problem Tabor, but I think it's time we call it for what it is. It's greed. It's tax inequity. Inequity is like the top 1% paying the same tax flat rate as my mom, a third-grade teacher. This is our #1 problem we have to fix. We will continue to talk day by day, year by year, what are we gonna cut and how are we gonna cut it until we fix this problem. And while this is a ballot measure, we need leaders on every single stage telling this story and holding our top earners accountable, because when we do and they pay their fair share, they will be able to fund nearly $1 billion towards our general fund. And we can fund everything we care about as Democrats, whether that's housing, affordable housing, climate action, education, and healthcare. I want to stand for the working force, and I want to stand for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chenise. Monica Van Buskirk, you'll have 1 minute to give your opening statement.
Good evening, Senate District 31. You show up for our district all the time, knocking doors, getting out votes, and coming to Vacancy Committee. And I have been able to see that dedication up close alongside you for years. Last night I was talking to my daughter about this election, and I was saying that our democratic values are needed now more than ever. And so when I listen to you and I hear your deep pride in our neighborhoods and how you want to build a Colorado where we are safe, where we can afford to live, and where we can all have the opportunity to thrive, that's the Colorado that I want to serve. I am ready to be your senator. I have the experience both legislatively but also listening and then taking what I've heard from you and turning it into action. So tonight, you all have a chance for us to move forward as a party with strength and stability. So I'd love every vote that you have to give tonight. I'd like to earn all of your votes now and through the rest of my Senate career. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. And Stephen Woodrow, you'll have 1 minute to give your opening statement.
Good evening, and thank you to the SD31 leadership team and to everyone here and online for the tremendous public service you have all done these last several weeks. I am State Representative Stephen Woodrow, and it is an honor to come before you and ask for your vote for Senate tonight. I've had the privilege of serving at the Colorado Capitol for the past 5 years, where my office has carried some of the most impactful legislation on affordable housing, transportation, gun violence prevention, workers' rights, and criminal justice reform. From all-nighters protecting reproductive freedom to hearings until 2 a.m. trying to ban assault weapons, I've been there for our big wins and our tough losses. I am honored to have the endorsement of Colorado State Treasurer Dave Young and dozens of current and former members of both chambers. They know that I have the experience and relationships to hit the ground running and that I'm ready for the tough votes that are coming down the pike. I thank you so much for your time and dedication throughout this process, and I ask you for your vote.
All right, thank you very much, candidates. Again, we're going to be going in the order since Matt Ball started with the opening statements. We're actually going to start with Sean Camacho for our first question. Colorado is facing a $670 million budget deficit for 2025. The reality is that Tabor is here with us for the upcoming session and fiscal year. Tell us some of the tough budget decisions you are anticipating you'll have to make in this reality. You'll have 1 minute to answer.
There's no way around it. We are almost $1 billion in the hole. And if you think that some of the things that we care about most as Democrats are not going to be affected, they are. But the things that we should not cut, in no uncertain terms, is K-12 and higher ed. Those are opportunities for members of this community so they can be empowered to have their own lives. Those are critical functions that we must continue to protect. There's going to be tough decisions ahead. There's going to be less Medicaid reimbursement. There's going to be less funding for services that we all desperately need. And frankly, we're in this position because of Tabor. And I have a plan, and I'm ready to execute on this plan this year to address this issue. It takes 8 years of practice to learn what that looks like. You can't just come up with this in December 24. I have the experience to tackle this issue starting tomorrow.
Thank you, Sean. Chris, you're next.
We spent 10 years litigating the Tabor lawsuit, 10 years. Danton's law firm. We spent millions of dollars in legal fees, and in the end, we lost on procedure. I want to cut all those legal fees. I didn't raise my hand when everyone else on the stage at the last forum said we should take a pay raise. I don't think we should look for a pay raise in the middle of the biggest budget crisis that we've seen in a decade. I think we should talk about staff pay increases before we talk about legislative pay increases. I think these should be the priorities. I think that this is a part-time job. That's why it pays part-time pay. But hold on, I know this is a full-time commitment. But I know it's a part-time job because the well-paid six-figure consultants and lawyers are all going to keep that job tomorrow. And I'm making the commitment to go to work for you. Full-time, full commitment. And that's the difference. I am the no-strings-attached candidate, and I stand by that in this race.
Thank you, Chris. Iris, you're next.
Okay. In order to preserve our core interests, education, healthcare, et cetera, I said this once and I said this again, I think we have to look at things that we need that we can put off, things like Prop 130, where there's a huge amount of money, that is $350 million, where we know it will be funded in the long run. There's other projects like this, and we should be doing the planning right now to make sure that when that money is spent, it is efficient, it is well spent, and that is not something we essentially need to do right now. So we're talking almost a $700 million deficit right now. $350 million would come out of Prop 130, and we're not even saying don't fund that. That was a voter initiative. It's going to have to be funded. I'm even okay with the 10 or 15 million that would be going to support fallen police officers being released now, but that is a massive chunk of money. That way we don't have to cut into our priorities, and we can make sure when that money is spent, it is spent well and where we need it to be spent so that it is effective and efficient.
Thank you, Iris. Chenise, you're next.
I have to agree with my colleague Iris. Unfortunately, Prop 130 is $350 million that we cannot afford. And in this current state, we're looking at provider rate cuts, which is a #1 priority, I know, at the JBC, both Democrat and Republican, that we cannot afford to cut. As a provider, I know that our Medicaid patients are the most marginalized patients in this state. And by cutting those services, we're going to be in a very bad position. And in addition to Medicaid cuts, we cannot afford to defund or underfund our K-12 and higher education. That is the crux of our society, our workforce, and our ability to drive financial means as a society. I think this is a hard conversation at each agency level. We are one of many. We're going to have to make cuts in all areas. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to have additional funds that some folks are looking for, because that means pulling funds from other buckets. I fully respect our JBC members. I think that they have a comprehensive look on this. And so I would look to them at the end of the day to make those hard decisions with the expertise of both the medical and education background that I hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Chenise. Monica, you'll have 1 minute.
Pardon?
you're next.
All right. What I love about the discussion about Tabor that continues to happen in this party is because it is rooted in the fact that our party cares deeply about caring for each other. We want to have K through 12 education. We want to have Medicaid. We want to have cost of living adjustments in our para fund. We want to take care of each other. So I love, please continue to bring that up in conversations where you can. The very real fact is, as we've looked at, there is a tight budget. We've all been in situations, whether at work or organizations, where we've had to address our tight budget. And ideally, bringing in funds is a lot easier than cutting. We will still have to cut. Medicaid, which a lot of us have talked about, is $17.4 billion of our budget. It is 40%. We have to find ways to make it more efficient, because without that, we cannot have the other nice things that we want. That's why healthcare finance is so important. But we do have ways that we can bring in funds, especially in the upcoming administration. I'm looking forward to sharing them with you.
Thank you, Monica. Stephen, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you for the question. There's only been one session in my 5 where we actually had money to spend. The other 4 have been drastic cuts, sweeping cash funds into other funds in order to make our ends meet. Yes, it is a Tabor constraint, and that is the bigger issue, but when it comes time to legislate, we get with the members of the Joint Budget Committee, we meet as a caucus, and we have very difficult, real conversations about what to cut. I think that there's 2 areas that we really need to focus on this year. One is our tax credits for the wealthy and large corporations, and 2, the Department of Corrections. A couple of sessions ago, we gave them a $900 million budget supplement, and we didn't get anything in return, okay? We didn't leverage it to make sure that our priorities were being prioritized or advanced over in either chamber. We sort of gave the money away. We need to go back and look at those dollars and find out where they've been spent and claw back what we can.
Thank you, Stephen. Matt, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. So first of all, this is an issue that I have experience with. I just finished my 2nd budget cycle at the city. The city had lower tax revenues than expected. It's facing a similar fiscal outlook as the state. And even with the most conservative budget that we've faced since 2011, we were able to pass unanimously the first budget since 2021. So I've seen this before, and I'm familiar with the type of tough decisions that have to be made. I agree with a lot of what's been said. This session is about what we protect. Everything else, unfortunately, I think we are going to have to look at very critically, and I think the things we do protect are things like education, para, since we've been behind on funding it for so many years. But to address the elephant in the room, which is Tabor, I think we need to have a strategic conversation about Tabor. It would be great if a lawsuit against Tabor were successful. That would be wonderful. But we have tried to go to the ballot before, and we have failed. What we need to do is go to the ballot with a progressive income tax that doesn't ask Coloradans to raise everybody's taxes, but takes an initial step by raising taxes on the top 5 or 1% to generate money and make a first step towards Tabor.
Thank you, Matt. All right, the second question. Although it's sometimes difficult to get consensus within even our own party, lasting reform usually comes with bipartisan support. Are there areas you are willing to make compromises on to get broader consensus? You'll have 1 minute to answer, and we'll start with Chris Kiari.
Ed Koch used to always say, trust me, if someone agrees with you more than 85% of the time, they're the one who's crazy, not you. Ideological purity cannot be the only place that we build rapport and build a place to agree on to the behalf of the people of the state of Colorado. In business, it is. Get along with all different types of personalities. In hotels, I see it all. And there is a way to communicate effectively. Like, I had a neighbor come up to me, and he tried to disparage our candidate for president. He said, Comrade Kamala. And I said, you can say anything you want because you're pronouncing the candidate's name right. So sometimes we have to take and be bold. On the Tabor question, we need to go back to the ballot with an amendment or an appeal amendment that is so clean and so positive for what our ambitions for Colorado are that our candidate for governor in 2 years signs off on it. Let's go and be bold. We won on choice because we were bold. We didn't wait. And on Tabor, we need to be just as bold. So I'm ready to compromise to the betterment of revenue to do the work on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Chris. Iris, thank you. Iris, you'll have 1 minute.
You know, I've already worked many times on legislation that has had support from both sides of the aisle. I think that's obviously possible in a number of different fields. One of the things I can think of is when we're talking about building affordable housing across the state, we're going to need Republicans to be involved because it's an issue not just in Denver, right? It's an issue in some of our more rural areas as well, and some of it's happening across the state, and I think that different solutions might be necessary in different areas. So I think that is a prominent place where we can work together. I'm now working on a bill that protects sexual harassment victims from kind of intrusion of privacy that is going to be sponsored by both Republicans and Democrats. So I think it's very important to work where we can. Many bills do pass, in fact, with support from all the parties. I think the important thing, though, is not to cave in on some of the priorities that we need to have done in our district and water those down just because someone in another district that has different interests is not willing to work with us on that. And so I think we have to be strong on our values while still working across the aisle as much as possible.
Thank you, Iris. Chenise, you'll have 1 minute.
I'll also agree with Iris. I think our work in construction defects is something that will work bipartisan-wise very nicely this upcoming session, especially with the leadership of Representative Shannon Byrd that I would like to help with. The exercise of going through our current budget is in itself a bipartisan conversation. When it comes to bipartisanship, however, I think there is an act of being able to have deep conversations and find common values and be able to pass things that one might not have thought as a bipartisan measure. And I'll give an example. When I left my medical practice and fought for legislative change, I enacted laws both here in Colorado and in 6 other states, including in Arkansas, which is a very red state. I did that by being persistent and by asking hard questions, and at the end of the day, that bill passed with 2 co-sponsors that were Republican. So while we think we need a compromise, I ask all of us, not only in the audience but on stage, that we have deep conversations to find common ground, because I think we're not as far off as we think we are.
Thank you, Chenise. Monica, you'll have 1 minute.
I agree with that, Chenise. We are not as far off as we think we are. And I've learned this throughout my life. My father, for years, prayed outside of Planned Parenthood because he firmly disbelieved in what was happening there. And yet, I grew up to be a firm Planned Parenthood advocate, donate regularly, participate with their activities. And I still have an excellent, open, communicative relationship with my dad. And so that skill that you learn when you grow up around conservative folks, how to find that common ground, is one that has served me well professionally. So when I was at Connect for Health as the Chief Policy and Relationships Officer, which was key because we needed those relationships to be able to write and pass bills. We passed a bill that improved the way that you use your state tax form to find benefits. We passed a bill that created the public option here in Colorado, and another one that created an enterprise, and they were all bipartisan because we do have common grounds, and I've used my skills to show that to pass legislation.
Thank you, Monica. Steve Woodrow, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. Governing is compromise. The important thing is that we compromise on the details of policy without sacrificing our values. On privacy rights, on transparency, there's a lot of common ground. I know this because I've passed bipartisan legislation on 48-hour bond hearings throughout the state and on government transparency, barring the use of non-disclosure agreements. So of course, we are willing, all of us, to reach out across the aisle. I do want to note, though, that there are some areas that we have very real, genuine, deep disagreements about with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. On reproductive freedom, on climate change, they do not agree with us. The important thing is how we go about our disagreements. Do we do it in a way that's disparaging and cutting and indulges our base instincts in social media, or is it a way that brings out the best of our ideals and what we want to accomplish? And that's what I hope to do going forward.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Let's pass the mic down. Next will be Matt Ball. You'll have 1 minute.
I would be happy to work across the aisle. And I'll give you an example of work that I've done so you know the type of legislator I would be and how I would collaborate with my colleagues. When I built Roads to Recovery at the city, I started by asking questions. I showed up and I wanted to know, was there something that we could do about the thousands of people who are cycling in and out of our jails and ERs and psych ERs in the city? And so I started by asking a question. And I have a criminal legal background, but I am not a social worker. So I got the cops and the sheriffs and the social workers, some of whom are in this room with us today, together, and we started by asking questions and getting to root causes. And then we grew as we figured it out. We invited in members of the community, we invited in city council, and we figured it out with them. The treatment world is a world where nobody agrees with each other, both in the nonprofit community and on city council. But because we gave people ownership and we focused on the problem, we got buy-in, and Roads to Recovery is highly successful not only in what it's done in terms of impact, but in how popular it is. That's how I would run legislation.
Thank you, Matt. And to end this question, Sean, you'll have 1 minute.
You know, a few weeks ago, this district closed at least 3 schools. And if you look nationally, Colorado is 40th in graduating students. We are in the bottom 5 in providing our own talent to meet our workforce needs. Today I was at a meeting, and the first time I heard Republicans share this concern. Where is common ground about the things we care about that we can all work on? Does that mean that we give up our protection for public schools to Republican ideas? Absolutely not. You fight like hell for those ideas, but the goal is, how are we providing for our community and our kids, and how do we do it in a way that is respectful and gets results? That is what I campaigned on. That's what I'm prepared to do starting tomorrow. I have bills with Republican members that I am so excited about because we have found common ground to deliver for you. And that's how I will be your next senator.
Thank you, candidates. We are moving on to our third question. Climate change is an existential threat to our Colorado way of life and our public lands. If elected, what actions will you take in your first year to protect the environment and advance climate change goals in the Senate? Iris, we'll start with you. You'll have 1 minute.
Okay. Yes. So I think there's a question that we're going to have to grapple with, which is that federally, almost all protections that we have right now for the environment are going to disintegrate. There's not going to be an EPA, right? We've had bad Supreme Court decisions, not to get too technical here, about how much power federal agencies can now use when they're trying to regulate. And that has deeply hurt our environmental protections, many of which will be scaled back. So we have to think locally about all the things we can do. I have a ton of very concrete proposals on my website if you need to look them up. You're not going to get that all in 1 minute, but it's irisforcolorado.org. And a lot of things we have to do is think about every aspect, right? We have to talk about greening, not only where we're typically used to greening, but also in poor neighborhoods where there's no trees, there's no vegetation, and there's no green technology. We need to talk about changing our irrigation systems across the state in order to preserve water. We need to talk about bike lanes and providing reduced fee and free public transportation, and I have many other ideas as well.
Thank you very much. Chenise, you'll have 1 minute.
Chris Hansen has big shoes to fill in this space. I did a deep dive, I love data. Out of the 25 pages of legislative laws that he primary sponsored, which is 10 laws per page, he had the second most common, the 250 laws, 15% of them were in the energy space. So when I say that, I think the primary elements of his bills were regulation and incentivizing. And it sounds like what he was about to work on in this upcoming session was really reducing methane emissions and also continuing to electrify our buildings and modernize our buildings. And that's actually something I've witnessed on Auraria campus. Auraria campus, we own our sustainability program, and we leverage an energy performance contract through incentivizing programs at the state and both the federal level to basically take funds to update our HVAC, update our pipes, update and put on solar panels. We now have the largest solar panel in the state of, or in the city of Colorado. And all of those things will save $800,000 a year in utilities. And the most important part is the resources that comes with that. So we must continue to do those types of incentivizing. Thanks.
Thank you. Monica, you'll have 1 minute.
I agree. Chris Hansen has really set a bar on this. And what I've heard as I've gone out and listened to all of you is that this is the issue that comes up most frequently, that we must do something about climate change and protecting our environment. And I feel the same way. I'm laughing because I have business partners and family members here who are the ones that know that, yep, I'm the one who takes everything down to the refill shop, and I'm the one that makes sure that my new little business is using a email service that contributes back to the environment instead of taking away from it. And because of that, I do have plans that are certainly not going to get covered in 20 seconds that address both short-term and long-term implications here. In the short term, of course, there are things we can do. There is a fertilizer that 11 states have banned that we can also ban here in Colorado. It reduces the runoff into the water by 15%. Longer term, we absolutely need to address what's happening with AI. That is a climate change issue that we do not have solutions on the plate for right now. And we can talk about it when we get to housing.
Thank you, Monica. Stephen Woodrow, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. I have a 100% voting record from Conservation Colorado, and I'm very proud of it because this is existential. I've co-sponsored bills protecting our water and our green infrastructure. I've also co-sponsored legislation banning PFAS and other forever chemicals. The truth is that we must elect someone who is going to stand up to our very powerful oil and gas lobby. I would love to tell you that their power at the Capitol has waned over the last several years. It has not. I've largely tackled climate through housing policy. We need to grow in a way that is more compact and strategic. What we've done instead is encourage sprawl, and that encourages vehicle miles traveled, greater traffic congestion, and the fact that we can't even see the mountains anymore on what's supposed to be a clear day. So I'm going to keep doing that work where housing and transportation meet the intersectionality of intersections. That's what we have to focus on in order to reduce emissions and get back to a breathable, livable Colorado.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Thank you all for passing the mic. Matt Ball, you'll have 1 minute.
Climate is a top priority for me. I'm a Colorado boy. I grew up skiing, I grew up cycling, I ride my bike to work. The outdoors is my happy place. I care deeply about the environment, and I do a lot of work on climate in the city, everything from building decarbonization to waste diversion. The situation is even more dire than Chris Hansen stepping down because Steve Fenberg has been termed out in Boulder, which means the 2 climate lions that we've had in the Senate for the last several legislative sessions are now gone, and we need somebody to carry that torch. I've got a suite of climate bills that I would like to bring this legislative session. The one that I am most excited about is about on-bill financing for things like heat pump upgrades. Affording an upgrade from a system, from your boiler, for instance, to a system that's all electric is really hard when you don't have a lot of money. And so one way to deal with that is to be able to have energy companies essentially lend that money to the consumer so you can pay it back over time, similar to how the way solar generally works. So that's one of the 2 climate bills I'd like to bring, but this is a big priority for me and something I want to be a champion of.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Sean Camacho, you'll have 1 minute.
So I'm smiling because I see 10 seconds left, and then Matt Ball says my answer, and I'm like, oh man, great. On-bill financing is a wonderful idea. The first question was here is we are $650 million in the hole. So how are we going to do this? I think we all agree that decarbonizing homes is important, and funding those decarbonization efforts is expensive. So how do we do it? We do it by leveraging the resources we have. So for example, the Unclaimed Property Fund. We can use that as a revolving loan fund to allow folks to participate in the green economy, and as they are paying it back, it repays that loan fund. We are getting creative because we have to, because we are in a budget situation where we're not going to be able to meet these goals unless we think creatively, not just with the great idea, but how do we fund it? The second thing that we really need to be working on, and I'm excited to do this because I was assigned the Energy and Environment Committee, so this is something that's right in my wheelhouse. We need to really have a more concerted effort plan for how do we decarbonize our energy sources going into 2035 and 2040 in a way that is responsible for all communities and make sure that it is affordable for everyone in this room and beyond.
Thank you, thank you. We will close question 3 with Chris Kiari. You'll have 1 minute.
It's time for a paradigm shift on climate in this district. Yes, we've had energy well represented in bills that look to negotiate as though the 100 years of environmental inequity is somehow the place that you start negotiating. The state of Colorado has the lowest severance tax on extracted oil and gas than any other of its peer states. And in fact, if I said, is Texas friendly to oil, we'd all probably say yes, including Republicans across our state. But Texas charges a 3.8% tax against its extracted oil and gas. We charge 0.7. Yes, this is a Tabor issue, but enterprise creating a fee on exported oil and gas, being bold with an oil and gas extraction tax on the ballot, if not this November, next November. Let's run on it, let's lead on it, and let's make the finances of oil and gas no longer viable. Renewables have gotten to the point where we are making the transition. We need to make it economically viable, and we stop subsidizing oil, we get there faster.
Thank you, candidates. All right, for our fourth question, I have a little exposition on this one. Nationally, the big story of 2024 was the continuing movement of blue-collar and Hispanic voters towards the Republican Party. And while Colorado had much more success on this than other states, we are no exception. This is despite our great efforts to focus on an economic message that lifts all boats. What experience do you have working with this large portion of our communities, and what specific actions will you pursue to reverse this trend? Chenise, we'll start with you. You have 1 minute.
I think this really ties into our issue with Tabor, because at the end of the day, we're talking about economics. When I started working at Auraria campus, I started to research the constraints of Tabor on our public services. And I did this in a similar way of how I pass bills in other states by publishing peer-reviewed data. And while this isn't published yet, my initial findings was the fact that we don't have a progressive income tax is a massive disservice to our state. If we were to increase our progressive income tax from a flat tax for just the top 1% making $1.1 million or more a year, from 4.4 to 5.78, we would bring in almost $950 million. This is a story that we're not telling to our general public. We need to do a better job at connecting to our general public on the fact that we're not paying equally. And by the fact that we're not paying equally, we're not being able to support our services, and we're having a huge we have a big, wide range of income disparity. That is the biggest issue of our time, is our income disparity that we must address. Thank you.
Thank you, Chenise. Monica, you have 1 minute.
Absolutely. So I would say, like climate change, this is something that we need to weave into everything that we do. Thank you. We need to, as a party, this is part of the reason, honestly, you guys, why I'm running, is because I want somebody in our Senate who represents a broader part of our district. Not everybody is able to come to the same spaces and events that we have. So somebody who's already engaged with sports teams, with entrepreneurial ecosystems, and with many of the small business that line Colfax and the eastern part of our district. We need that woven in throughout. When I was at Connect for Health and we were looking at something that was specifically going to address immigrants, I talked to my staff and I said, we need to go talk to our favorite immigrants. And that was a little bit of a struggle. It wasn't something we were good at, just like we don't always have that. And so we need to go to where people are. We were able to do that. We were able to, I'm so proud that we were led by community in every decision on that project. And because of that, we had their support.
Thank you, Monica. All right, next, Stephen Woodrow, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. So this is an excellent question because it's existential for the party and where we head the next several years. First, I think we need to follow the lead of the Black and Latino caucuses under the dome. They understand their communities and the disconnect between the things that we are all fighting so hard for and what they see on the ground in their communities and neighborhoods day to day. And we need to lean into those conversations and listen and follow their lead. Second, we need to return to our roots. I grew up, my mom's here, she was a public school teacher for 27 years in Michigan. We grew up fighting for civil rights, fighting for the working class, being proud to support unions. I think what we need to do is get back to that and tell people that we're here fighting for them. You know, I said earlier that it's important that we reach across the aisle and find compromise, but that in the process, we don't compromise our values. And too often in the search for that elusive victory, we give up a little bit too much. And what I want us to do is stand proud of our values and put that into policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pass the mic back down for Matt. Matt, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. The thing that made me just grimace during the last election was when I heard us as a party tell people that the economy was fine, because that didn't match people's lived experience. And when you don't talk to people in a way that reflects what they know, then you lose trust. And so that's what I think we need to talk about as a party, is that we are not talking about the kitchen table issues. We are not talking about the fact that insurance is too expensive. We are not talking about the fact that we have a nightmare of a healthcare system. And not only that, we're not talking about the fact that the other party is full of nihilists who want to tear it down. So as a Democratic Party, we need to recenter ourselves on the people who we work for, and those people need to be working people. That is who we are as a party, and we cannot be a party of the elites. That also extends beyond just how you talk about it and the type of work you do. Those are the things we need to focus on, things that make a difference in people's lives. That has to be the focus of our party.
Thank you, Matt. Sean, you will have 1 minute.
I find this very personal issue of how do we connect to working people and communities of color like myself. Many of you may know this, many of you don't. My mom's from Puerto Rico, my father's from Guam. We did not have much money growing up. We made our living stocking shelves for 20 cents a case, 7 days a week, every night, holidays included. That is hard work when you want to pay your mortgage. Or the feeling you feel when you feel isolated because you can't pay for lunch at school, or you don't have new clothes, or you don't have all these other issues. If we as a Democratic Party want to start delivering for these people, start delivering, start caring, and elect somebody from that community who gets the struggle. I would not be here now if for not that experience. That is what the difference is. I told you why I'm running, because that community, the one I represent, needs representation in the Senate. They have 8% of the vote, 22% of the population. They need to feel the pain in the Senate from what that community feels, and I'm the one that can bring that.
Thank you, Sean. Chris, you'll have 1 minute.
We pacify, we let it all continue, and we don't stand up and be bold. Let's talk about costs right now. Healthcare costs in the state of Colorado. Monica and I had a great conversation. She came by the hotel, we sat down, we talked about healthcare costs. She asked me if I had ever tried the Kaiser experience or the Kaiser insurance product. Kaiser pays senior strategy consultants more than providers, and that was the job I think you had, the senior strategy policy advisor at Kaiser. They pay that position more than providers. And when I had a mole removed from my nose, melanoma survivor, Kaiser saved just a little bit of money by skipping 2 stitches. They skip anesthesia in healthcare, creating a national conversation. We need to cut costs and be honest and cut this bloat out of government so that we can drive down costs. We need to be honest about what's wrong with the system so that people trust us again. No strings attached.
Thank you. Iris, you'll have 1 minute to close us out.
I started a labor justice nonprofit and then worked for many years as a union organizer with the Service Employees International Union. So I've been listening to people in many states across many different industries talk about their struggles. We have not been bold enough on this. We need to look at minimum wages. We need to raise those. We need to cut down on overtime theft, which is prolific in this state and across the country. We need to make sure that workers aren't misclassified as independent contractors. We need to pass legislation raising conditions, making better conditions for gig workers even when they're not considered employees. We need to look at corporate taxation and increase corporate taxation as well as taxing the 1%. Right? And we need to do all of this, and we need to do it while at the same time breaking down the false dichotomy between small businesses and workers. Because that is what's been defeated us. They are not diametrically opposed, and we need to address that and not let it get framed that way. We need to go after big corporations and their profits, and we need to make sure that we are, I'm sorry, all right, I have more ideas on my website.
Thank you, Iris. Thank you. All right, for our 5th question, before we move on to the next phase of this forum, post-pandemic, in many countries, workers are moving back to working at their places of business faster than we are in the United States. This certainly seems true in Colorado, where the office vacancy rates remain high. Two of the main reasons often cited for this lag are childcare and commute times. What could the state legislature do to address one or both of these issues? You'll have 1 minute. We'll start with Monica.
Thank you, and I also thank whoever submitted a question about childcare, because for those of us who have to pay that, it is equal to a mortgage every month. It can cripple a family's budget, but we need to take care of our children. We need to take care of our next generation. I'm really grateful that my parents also had to work very hard and made sure that we had good education so that we could grow up and get good jobs. But to do that, they had to work. That's why we need it. There are efforts here in Colorado that I would love to support alongside Rep. Sirota, where we would reduce some of the ways that liability is distributed to childcare businesses, to childcare facilities. But there's also a group of business owners who know this is important. It's only happening in Colorado. There's a group called EPIC, and they get asked from other states, what can our employers do to support this? And in fact, it's often you just change the policy. You listen to your employers. I've done this in my business before, my employees. You listen to them and say, what would make a difference? And then you put those policies into action at business and at the state so we support our kids.
Thank you, thank you. All right, next, Stephen Woodrow. You'll have 1 minute.
Yeah, so there's a lot that the state can do on both fronts. With respect to commute times, I think the number one thing we can do is invest in transit-oriented communities. We can build smarter, denser, closer together, cut down those commute times, and it improves our water usage, it improves our air quality. That's the direction we have to head. With respect to childcare, I was a proud supporter of both 1223, improved access to the Child Care Assistance Program, and 1237, development of child care facilities. Both of these efforts were multi-year, bringing bipartisan legislators together to work on this issue. We have to address people's day-to-day costs. It is far too expensive for working people to find childcare in Colorado. We need to do everything we can to incentivize childcare workers and to offset those costs. When we deliver like that, that's how we earn trust, that's how we build back, and that's the direction we have to go. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt Ball, you'll have 1 minute.
I wholeheartedly agree about the type of city that we should move towards living in. I'm an enormous fan of transit. I take the 10 bus to work occasionally. I was proud of the city to work on universal ADUs when I first got there, something that's recently made it through and passed through city council. I think that we need to live in a Denver that is slightly denser and more vibrant and has better transportation, and that is part of the way that we get towards a cheaper place to live, which includes support for families. I've got a 2 and a 4 and a 6-year-old. The cost of childcare is very close to my experience and something that I am excited to be out of in a couple years. There's a couple of things that I think we can do. One is to look at the licensure requirements and some of the regulatory hurdles that make it really expensive to open a childcare facility. The other thing that we need to talk about is pay. It pays really poorly to work in childcare. Part of this is just a labor problem. So this is a tough year because we don't have a lot of money to go around, but we do need to start talking about ways the state can weigh in to increase pay for childcare workers.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, thank you. Sean, you'll have 1 minute.
Much like everyone else here, I firmly believe we need to invest more in public transportation. What we've seen over the last few decades is that this urban sprawl has gone further, so people are spending more time in their cars to get to work. We need to invest and double down on public transportation. It is the only way we are going to get out of this traffic malaise. It's the only way we are going to be able to become a great city or a great metro area and attract businesses and jobs and people who want to live here is when we have a more efficient and effective way to move people around our metro area. As childcare, I find it, I join with everyone else. My 2 kids just walked in, and I can tell you, childcare was more than our mortgage for at least 7 years. And that's not the only problem. The problem is access. When you have a child, as soon as you get pregnant, you're told, go get on a waiting list because the waiting list is 18 months. That's 18 months of opportunity that families don't have because someone has to stay home. That's ridiculous. I am on board with reducing the regulatory burden so we have more access, cheaper costs will still maintain quality of our childcare that we desperately need in this community.
Thank you, Sean. Next, Chris Kiari, 1 minute.
In the middle of a budget crisis, here's what we can't do. We cannot cut early education funding. We cannot cut education funding. We cannot return to the deficits that were the norm for way too long on education. We can encourage remote work. We can create more opportunities at the state level to show private enterprise that efficiency isn't lost through remote work. What we found with more people staying home was that the quality of life, not being in the car, not having to commute, more time with family were great value adds to employee retention. So though we're seeing a return to work clearly with the vacancy, we're not all going back. And so I think we need to lead and show the way and incentivize and encourage remote work that has now become a regular and functional part of our economy and is leading to greater efficiency. That's what happens through each generation. So let's not cut, and let's embrace what's the changes in our society that are allowing, again, more time with family.
Thank you, Chris. Iris, you'll have 1 minute.
So, you know, the issue of downtown commercial space, I think, is very complex, but let's look at two things. The support that families get. So we have been talking, of course, about childcare, but we're also forgetting about elder care. So one of the issues that we're seeing is that women during COVID dropped out of the workforce more, and those not just the obligation around children. We're increasingly living in a society where people are having fewer and fewer children, and those fewer and fewer children are expected to take care of their parents as they age without the same supports from our system. So we have to look holistically, both at currently, because of the funding issues, I understand that this is a long-term plan, right? But we have to look at not only expanding access to childcare, which we can really only do by dealing with the historic inequity that is involved in childcare work. We have to deal with the fact that it's been racialized and gendered and therefore undervalued for centuries, basically. But we have to look at elder care, we have to look at support for that, and we also have to look at how all of those systems work together and include public transportation. But I think there's a larger issue here around why people are not coming back to offices.
Thank you, Iris. And to close this out, Chenise, you'll have 1 minute.
On a Rary campus, we actually have an early learning center, and so I've learned a lot about this space. It comes down, in my mind, to cost and regulation issues. Cost-wise, it's obviously very expensive to run one of these programs, whether that's because of regulation, because of the facilities. We're trying to expand currently 30% capacity because we're at a 90-plus kid wait list, and that's something that I would like to see incentives, additional incentives from the state. That includes incentives for corporations to partner with these types of corporations to hold places for these children. In addition, the licensure is something that I see as extremely restrictive. I don't know enough on it from that regard, but I do see the elements and the hurdles that our entire staff go through to make it what it needs to be for our students, which at the most, safety is the most priority. But I would like to see there be elements to where we can make it easier to operate these types of facilities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chenise. That concludes the question portion of our forum. We are now going to move into a rapid fire. And for this round, there is no timer. Your district has asked some tough questions and also some fun ones. You'll be asked to answer yes or no in a given number of words. We'll start the first question in order of where the mic is currently with Stephen Woodrow, and then we'll just keep passing it back and forth for each question. For the first rapid fire, there are a number of critical priorities facing our state. In one word, state what you think the most pressing priority is for your district.
Housing.
State budget.
State budget.
Affordability, more broadly.
Leading on climate change.
Affordability.
Affordability. Excellent. Next question, starting with Matt. Do you support repeal of the construction defect laws for condominiums as a means of providing more affordable housing?
I do. Can I say anything more?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Amend to build more condos.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
We need to bridge the gap between Rep. Bird's bill and Rep. Bacon's bill.
No.
There's two bills competing.
Stephen.
And I support.
All right.
I thought there was.
We're going to go to the third question. But we'll start with you, Stephen.
Okay.
You have a friend visiting Denver for the first time. Name one attraction located within SD 31 that they should not miss visiting. You can use a couple words on this one.
The Botanic Gardens.
The top of the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, where you can look out across City Park up at the mountains.
Cheeseman Park, that's where I found my fiance.
We have so many. I'm going to go with the Art Museum, the Denver Art Museum.
The second most haunted hotel in Colorado, the Patterson Inn.
The Botanic Gardens during the holidays.
I'm an architecture nerd, so I'm going to go with the row of houses that are old Art Deco houses in Belcaro when you're on Exposition is my favorite architectural street in Denver, and I would take them there.
Excellent. All right, do you support the vacancy committee process as currently set forth in Colorado statutes? Yes or no?
I would like to make changes to it.
Okay. We'll give a couple words for this one.
No.
Lots of room for improvement.
No.
No.
Let's make it one and done.
No.
All righty. For our final rapid fire, you've been gifted the ability to dine with 3 Coloradans, living or dead, to pick their brain about our state and how to succeed in your role as a state senator. Who would you invite to this dinner?
Barney Ford. Ed Perlmutter. Well, there's such a long run for third. I'm going to go with, yeah, I'm sorry about the rapid fire. Yeah, I know.
There's no timer. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it would be Barney Ford, Ed Perlmutter, and probably Julie McCluskey.
That's a good one.
She's a good one. You're right. I'll say DeGette and James Coleman, and a constituent has never set foot in the State House.
Molly Brown. James Coleman, I gotta say. I really miss my grandma, so my grandma.
This is very hard. I would like to talk to Pat Schroeder. I think that would be fun. This is going to be really, really hard. Justina Ford. And I'm trying to go for people who are still not alive, but coming up with a third off the top of your head is really hard. There's a lot. So, yeah. I like the idea of picking someone maybe who developed the ski resort. What is the one in Steamboat Springs with the big jump? You guys know who I'm talking about. Oh, come on. Howelson Hill, the Howelson. That would be fun. All right.
So who would I have lunch with? 3 people. Well, first, former Mayor Wellington Webb, because of his commitment to the city and impact over so many years. But also, I'd love to have lunch with State Rep Steve Woodrow and State Rep Sean Camacho tomorrow as your state senator, as we plot out the best path forward on behalf of this district.
Well played. Well played. I would like to have dinner with Roy Romer. I was at a legislative event, and he is well into his 80s, and he made it up a very treacherous path, and he does some really cool stuff, and he would be amazing to have dinner with. I would also like to invite Justice Marquez. Talk about trailblazing in the legal field. My goodness, I would love to have dinner with her. And just to spice it up, I'm going to invite Doug Bruce, just so I can harangue the hell out of him.
All right. I'm going to go with Federico Pena, Becky Love Corliss, speaking of legal trailblazers on the Colorado Supreme Court, and to spice things up, John Elway, baby.
Go Broncos. All right, this ends our Q&A session and rapid fire. We're now going to move to 1-minute closing statements. We'd love to start with Steve Woodrow if we can pass the mic down in reverse order from opening statements. Again, candidates will have 1 minute, and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for a lively and engaging forum that has reflected this process more generally. I believe that we are truly blessed to have so many smart, caring, capable people willing to step up and lead. I've learned a lot the past 5 years about the job, about myself, about the toll it can take on your loved ones. Everyone's first year is spent drinking out of a fire hose, and honestly, mine was no different. I'm blessed to have had time in the House, yes, to develop as a legislator, but also to make mistakes and learn from them. I know the district wants smart, experienced leadership and a nuanced approach to policy. I also know the district demands a legislator with maturity and humility befitting the office of Senate. I've listened intently to the words of those of you who do not support me. I want you to know that I've listened and I've heard and I understand your concerns, and you have my vow and commitment going into the Senate to lead with faith, integrity, honesty, and boldness. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you guys also for participating tonight and participating in this entire process, though it has been taxing at times, especially given the time of year. I love seeing in all of you that commitment to our community and that commitment to serve. The commitment that I learned from my parents, who many of you know served their community when I was born in Central America and then throughout the entire Midwest. Whether we were picking cucumbers in Indiana or hoeing sugar beets in Nebraska, we were always committed to our community. I've tried to instill that in my daughter today. She's awesome, you guys. You should be really excited to meet her, because that's also who we serve, the people who don't have a voice in our community. And that's what I've heard from you, whether it's children, immigrants, people who've been oppressed for many reasons. That's who you're committed to. And so I ask that you look at my record of effectively delivering for you and for everyone in our community, because I am ready to be your senator.
Chenise.
I just want to start by saying thank you, everyone, for letting me into your homes, your hearts, your families, for sharing your ideas with me. This has been the best case of medicine that I needed since the last election. I honestly didn't know I needed it. I also found a home within my community, a home that I also know that I knew, but now I know so fully and I'm so much a part of. There's a quote I heard earlier, I think yesterday actually, from Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She thinks that the symbol of America isn't the eagle, it's actually a pendulum. And as we currently feel the pendulum is swinging on the opposite side, she had faith that the leaders of our country will bring it back to the opposite end. And I know I'm one of those leaders because I've done that in my career. I've made change for others because I seek impact. So hear me when I say I lead with my heart, and I would love the opportunity to be your next state senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Iris, 1 minute.
Like everyone else, I want to thank you for being here. We would all be honored to serve you as senators in this at this time. But you're speaking on behalf of your entire community and the whole entire district. And so what we really, really, really appreciate is how much diligence we've seen over the last 6 or 7 weeks, where everyone has been open-minded, patient, thoughtful, done their research, and wants to be inclusive and think about everyone as we move forward as a district. The one thing we haven't talked about nearly as much as we needed to during this debate is that we also have to deal with what the next 4 years are going to look like. Everyone here has good ideas. Everyone here is thoughtful, caring, and honored to represent you. But we need to get that to happen in a hostile environment where we are going to have a target on our back. And so what I bring to the table here is that I have the experience to be able to negotiate with the federal and the state government and be able to serve out your values and your community's values in order to get things done. So thank you so much for considering me.
Thank you, Iris. Chris Kiari, you'll have 1 minute.
When did this race start? When did Chris Hansen resign? Because I got my first message about this vacancy at 7:39 a.m. on November 6th from Steve. And Sean called me not more than an hour later. When did you all get your first call? When did they know and when did we know? And how many of you made a commitment and were asked to commit the day after Donald Trump lost? I was, and I know how I felt that day. When I decided to get in this race, it was a commitment of my own, a commitment to the issues I fought for my entire life and to voters of this district who had just elected and lost a senator in the course of one day. I am a no-strings-attached candidate, and I am making the commitment to be your senator and represent you and the 1,600 people each of you represent. I am here to protect the environment, defend health care, and to listen. I have the heart of an activist, and many of you know that because we've done this work together for over a decade here. I have the experience in business and politics to lead. I'm asking you here tonight for your support. I'm asking for your vote for State Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Sean, you'll have 1 minute.
Like everyone else, I want to say thank you. You took on an incredible task at one of the hardest times of the year, and thank you. Like you, many of you, I've had conversations with almost all of you, and you've all taken this incredibly seriously, and I want to thank you for that. As I said at the beginning, this is an opportunity for change in legislative priority, and change in what our representation looks like and focuses on. I campaigned on issues that are vitally important to this district: more housing, lowering our cost of living, protecting our environment, and I bring that unique skill set of fighting Tabor pro bono for 8 years, not taking a dollar, but giving up hours and weekends because it was the right thing to do. If you want that in your next senator, then I want to be your next senator, because we desperately need more representation, and we desperately need people who are from the communities that we are trying to reach as a Democratic Party, the working class and the communities of color that feel left behind. When we have an opportunity to elevate someone to this position, please don't let it pass you by. I would love your support in this election. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Matt Ball, you'll have 1 minute.
I don't come from a military family. In fact, my parents, who are here in the audience tonight, they live in HD2, were part of the protest movement during Vietnam. But I learned Arabic when I was in college. I lived in Egypt and Yemen, and I graduated at the height of the Iraq War. And even though I was opposed to the war, I felt like if my country was going to ask young men and women to risk their lives and make life and death decisions, then I should raise my hand too. I didn't choose the situation, but I knew that we needed people like me to step up. A lot has changed in the almost 20 years since then, but I haven't. I'm here today because I am raising my hand because I know that we need career public servants like me to step up. At the city, I work on everything from housing to transportation to implementing the new rules on psilocybin mushrooms. I draft legislation, I navigate the politics of city council, and I work closely with community groups. I am ready to do this job. I am raising my hand to serve you on your behalf and make an impact at the state. I would love your vote for State Senate.
Thank you, candidates. All right. So the late, great Pat Schroeder once said that it is hard to wring your hands when you're rolling up your sleeves. So if you're able, please join me in giving an ovation standing for these candidates who've stepped up to serve, to thank them. This is not easy, and we appreciate all of them for raising their hands. This concludes our candidate forum. We're going to get down to business. I will now hand the floor back to Laura here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shad, and thank you, candidates. We are running behind, surprise, but I think it was well worth it. We will take a 10-minute break now, so if you could all be back in your seats by 7:56. I would appreciate it. We will start the Vacancy Committee meeting then. Thank you. Boy, that went by fast. That went by quickly. She's the nominator.
Remember her showing for Congress? She's the same representative.
I think I do remember. Long time. Would everyone please take your seats? Please take your seats so we can get started. Would all nominators please come up to the stage and be seated back here? Nominators. Please be seated. We're going to start with Chair James Reyes.
All right, I'll be I'll be quick. There's a QR code up on the screen. So these events do cost us money. We have to pay for the venue. We have to pay for staff. We have to pay for printing, sending out a mailer. There's just a bunch of costs that go into setting up a vacancy committee meeting. And none of this is forecasted. It's not in our budget. So this is an extra budget item. So I would love if you all would take out your phones, scan the QR code that's above, and throw us a few bucks to help us offset the costs. So the vacancy committees all fall on the party. The party has to pay for it. It's not subsidized by the state in any way. So please, help us offset the costs of this event and make a donation. Give it back to you, Laura.
Thank you, James. Welcome to the Senate District 31 vacancy meeting. Again, I'm Laura Mullins, chair of SD 31, and I'm proud to call this meeting of the Senate District 31 vacancy meeting to order. Why are we here? Senator Chris Hansen submitted his resignation effective January 9th, 2025 from the Colorado State Senate. In accordance with the Colorado Revised Statutes and Colorado Democratic Party rules, the Senate District 31 Vacancy Committee is convening for the sole purpose of electing a new senator to the State General Assembly to represent Senate District 31. I want to share some information before we get started. When it is time to vote, a QR code will appear on the screens above. Please use your phone's camera function to focus on that QR code to access the ballot. If you need assistance with technology, please raise your hand and a volunteer will come help you. For those on Zoom, click on the ballot link in chat or scan the QR code on the sides of your screen to access the ballot. If you need assistance, type help in chat. When voting starts, there will be 5 minutes to complete your ballot before voting closes. There will be a 1-minute warning displayed on the screens. Again, if you need help, please raise your hand and someone will assist you. We will ensure that everyone gets the help they need to complete the ballot before closing. To win, a candidate must receive 50% plus 1 of the voting body present, and that includes both in-person and those participating remotely. If no candidate achieves 50% plus one, the vacancy committee will immediately proceed to a second round of voting where the candidate with the lowest vote total will be excluded from the next ballot. Additional rounds of voting in the same manner will be required, may be required before a winner is selected, so please do not leave until the new senator is elected. Per Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-601, a tie vote will be determined by lot. The elected senator will serve a 2-year term until the 2026 general election. We are now ready to establish quorum, and I have Acting Credentials Chair Elliott Lewis to report. Sure.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elliott Lewis. I'm here to report quorum. We have 107 of 109. We meet quorum.
Thank you, Elliott. Thank you for the turnout. Our next, it's all you. You did a great job. Our next order of business is the election of the senator for SD 31. Candidates and their nominators will be given 3 minutes to speak before the vote. We will start with Representative Stephen Woodrow. Would you and your nominees come to the mic over there, please? Thank you. State Representative Stephen Woodrow has sent a letter of intent to run for the position. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Woodrow, and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Representative Woodrow to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, I also recognize State Representative Alex Valdez and State Representative Emily Sirota. The three of you have a total of 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Madam. Is this on? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Alex Valdez. I am also a state representative. It's good to see many familiar faces here. It is my honor to nominate my friend, fellow Representative Stephen Woodrow. We have worked together at the Capitol for a long time as representatives, and the one thing that I've really seen from Stephen is his ability to forge long-term relationships. And these are the kind of relationships you need to pass meaningful pieces of legislation down at the Capitol, and he's really been really good at doing that. The other thing I would say is with the turmoil that's coming, and we've served in it before, we need an experienced person at the helm in the Senate. So I hope you will join me in voting for Representative Stephen Woodrow to be the next senator for Senate District 31.
Good evening. I'm Emily Sirota, State Representative for House District 9. I'm a colleague and a friend of Representative Woodrow's, and it's my honor to second his nomination to fill the vacancy for Senate District 31. These legislative jobs are tough. It's like drinking from a fire hose your first year, and Stephen is the only candidate who can hit the ground running on day one. Not only does he have his bills ready to go, he knows how to get the job done. He is a proven legislator. He's been elected 3 times by many of you in this room. He's a champion for transformative housing policy, nation-leading consumer protections, and gun violence prevention. And importantly, he shares our values. We know that he will legislate on behalf of the good people of Senate District 31. He's not beholden to special interests. He's not an unknown. The people of this district can feel confident in sending a voter-approved legislator to get the job done for them. Please vote for Stephen, the proven legislator.
Thank you, Representative Valdez and Representative Sirota. It means the world to me to have the support of people who've seen me do the work firsthand and who knows what it takes to be an effective legislator. And thank you again to everyone here tonight and who's participating online. Friends, if you're anything like me right now, you are filled with excitement, pride, and gratitude. This process, imperfect as it may be, has allowed us as Democrats to come together at a crucial time to remind each other and ourselves why we're Democrats. It's because we care about affordable housing and health care and strong schools and climate and all of these pressing issues. It's because we're very concerned about what's coming down the pike federally. And this process, again, imperfect as it may be, has really allowed these voices and ideas to come to the forefront. Having taken many hard votes over the last few years, I understand difficult decisions. And the approach that many of you have taken with your due diligence in this process, that's what we have to do as legislators. I look forward to carrying that into the Senate, and I thank you for your time, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you. Representative Stephen Woodrow has been properly nominated. I now ask Monica Van Buskirk and nominators to please come to the stage. At this time, the chair recognizes Monica Van Buskirk, and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Monica Van Buskirk to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Julia Brister and Aaron Miller. The three of you have a total of 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Hello. I'm Julia, long-term PO, and I have the honor of nominating Monica for the Senate 31 seat. Monica's party dedication comes from a deep sense of community. She's been a PO. She's been HD finance chair and worked on countless campaigns. Monica can do the job. Monica wants to do this job, and she knows what she's getting into. So please give Monica your vote through any and all rounds. Thank you.
I rise to second Monica Van Buskirk's nomination for Senate District 31. I'm Aaron Miller, a Denver resident and national policy advocate, a former staffer in the Obama administration and for the U.S. House of Representatives. I've worked with Monica on Colorado legislation since 2019, and I can say she's among the best. Due to Monica's work, 11,000 Coloradans have quality, affordable health insurance for the first time. Over 150,000 families have significantly lower health costs. And corporations pay their fair share for these programs, paying hundreds of millions of dollars to ensure that they are fully funded. And she's done all of this while being a small business owner and creating an award-winning technology platform to help parents find summer camps for their kids and scholarships to cover those camp costs so that all kids can reap the benefits of quality out-of-school programming. Every time you vote tonight, vote for Monica Van Buskirk.
Thank you, Aaron. Those numbers are impressive, but I know that good legislation comes from the people that it serves. So 3 years ago, there was a 70-year-old grandfather who felt something off with his body, but he didn't want to go to the doctor because he knew that the medical bills could bankrupt his family. He didn't want to jeopardize his children's future. But then he learned about a program that I created because I know how to turn good ideas into legislation, into results for people. And so he was able to get successful treatment for colon cancer. And that story has played out 10,000 times over the last 3 years because of the bills that I've written. I've learned from you over the last weeks about the things that you do really care about, addressing what's going on with our federal government, housing, improving the environment, and for all families, including families like mine. My wife and I are raising our kids in this district. We've been here for about a decade. And because of that, I am ready to serve you. I know what I'm getting into. I've been up there for years, but I have the commitment and the fortitude. So tonight, I'm asking you to help our party move forward. We're starting a new school year, a new legislative session, and you can help us do that with strength and stability. So vote for me every single round tonight. I'm ready to serve.
Thank you. Thank you. Monica Van Buskirk has been properly nominated. Matt Ball, will you come to the stage, please, with your nominators? Matt has sent a letter of intent to run for the position. At this time, the chair recognizes Matt Ball and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Matt Ball to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Catherine Wilson and Kismet Amin are recognized. The three of you have a total of 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, as she said, my name is Catherine Wilson. I'm co-captain of House District 6, and I've worked with Matt Ball, and I'm proud to be asked to nominate him for State Senate. As a mental health professional and from a very political family, I'm so excited to have someone of Matt's experience running for this seat, and I can't wait to see what he does in the legislature. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kismet Amin, and Matt is my hero. I grew up in Afghanistan under Taliban, but I always loved American movies. So I became an interpreter for the US military, where I met Matt. When Taliban started threatening my family, I had to quit my job and live in hiding, but Matt fought to get me a visa to the United States. I lived with Matt and his wife Giselle, and they became my family. I call Matt my Jewish brother. He's very passionate, he cares about his work, and he loves Colorado. The two first things that he taught me in America was that I had to always vote for Democrats, and cheers to the Colorado Rockies even when they're losing. So I know in my heart, electing Matt will be the best decision. If he can bring tribe leaders together in Jalalabad to cooperate with the US military, he can bring people together at the state capitol. It is the honor of my lifetime to second the nomination for Matt Ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Kismet. You know, there are moments in life that nothing prepares you for. Kismet and I used to meet with tribal elders in remote parts of Afghanistan. We would put our safety entirely in their hands and negotiate for wells or schools for girls. In many ways, it was like politics. And in those moments, I would think about a mural that's on the wall of the gym in 1st Ranger Battalion. It's huge, about the size of the wall of this church, and it says 2 words in big block lettering. It says, "Earn it." And those words have been on my mind as I think about how we move forward past the last election. Because if you're like me, you woke up on November 6th and felt like you had lost a vision for the future. 8 years of Kamala Harris, the end of authoritarianism forever. And so the question right now is how we move on from that loss of hope. What do we do now? My experience with hope has taught me that hope is not a thought. Hope is an action. And so to regain hope, we have to act. We have to earn it. I am running in this election to earn the community that we want for our future. I want the teachers at Dora Moore, where my son goes to 1st grade, to be able to live in my neighborhood. I want to drop my son off at school and wave goodbye and not have to think about guns. And I want to live in a Colorado where we have health care, where we protect the environment, and where we take care of people. Not just the people with resources, but all of the people who will not have a voice if we do not stand up for them. I will write legislation that makes a difference. I will build the trust of my colleagues. I will earn it.
Thank you, Matt.
I'd be honored to have your vote for State Senate.
Matt Ball has been properly nominated. Iris Halpern and nominators, please come to the stage. Iris Halpern, has sent a letter of intent to run for the position. At this time, the chair recognizes Iris Halpern. And for the purpose of nominating and seconding Iris Halpern to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Shannon Hoffman and Katie Blakey. The three of you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Hoffman, and it is my pleasure to nominate Iris Halpern for Senate District 31. As one PO told me, we should consider ourselves lucky that someone like Iris is running, and I do. I don't just consider us lucky, I consider our neighbors, especially our unhoused neighbors, renter neighbors, working class neighbors, neighbors harmed by systems of violence, neighbors harmed, made poor by oppressive systems. I consider us lucky that someone like Iris would want to represent us. because we do have a voice. And someone like Iris centers that, and we've seen that in her work, in the people that she represents. Black, brown, indigenous youth who have been barred from receiving education, in her work working with working class people as a union organizer. These are the people that Iris brings to the center of issues and brings their policy issues forward and their solutions forward. And that's who we need as our state senator.
Hi, I'm Katie Blakey, and I'm honored to second Iris Halpern's nomination for Senate District 31. I was born and raised in Colorado and have lived here all my life. I first heard about Iris through her civil rights work, defending Coloradans from systemic injustices. I'm supporting her because we need a truly progressive champion fighting for our district and for our state. At the end of December, I attended a vigil at the City and County building for 300 of our unhoused neighbors who died on the streets just last year. A man froze to death in an alley 2 days ago. Countless more will lose fingers and limbs from tonight's cold. Eviction rates in Denver continue to climb, and my friends and neighbors are struggling to make ends meet. With the incoming Trump administration, our most vulnerable neighbors' health and safety are at even greater risk. Colorado has been a haven for folks to retain their bodily autonomy, and it must remain so. These challenges are big, but they're not insurmountable. We need a representative who will protect our community's values while championing progressive legislation around housing, worker protections, and civil rights. We need someone who's ready to tackle our budget deficit with creative solutions that don't sacrifice our vulnerable communities. That's why I support Iris, and I'm asking for your support as well. Thank you.
Okay, I have a joke. The joke is that in 2 or 4 years, when this country wakes up from its hangover, that we're going to have a very bad hangover from this last election, they're going to look to Colorado. They're going to look to Colorado to see what can be done and how to do it right so that we live in a better country moving forward. And they're going to wake up from the haze and the fog of whatever whatever toxins people took, right? And say, you know what? Like, they had it right the first time. The people here had it right. Their values were right. The work that they did was right. The work that all of you did in our community was right. And I have the experience to be able to make sure that that happens, so would very much be honored if you would consider me and vote for me for the Senate seat.
Thank you. Iris Halpern has been properly nominated. Now I ask Chenise, Maloof, please, and your nominees to come to the stage. Chenise Maloof has sent a letter of intent to run for the position. At this time, the chair recognizes Chenise Maloof, and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Chenise Maloof to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Frankie Wilmer, speaking for Mark Pierce, who is ill and participating via Zoom, and Dr. Angie Piccioni.
Thank you. Democrats like to share, but Mark decided not to share his germs with you tonight. So, and I want you to know that Mark has lived in and around Denver for 30-some years since he graduated from the University of Colorado Law School. I'm new in the last 3 years, so I'm very happy to be here, from Montana, where I actually served in the legislature for 8 years, when it was still blue. So I will read to you Mark's comments that he prepared. What an exciting time. What a great slate of candidates. The national election was a dark point for many of us, but let's roll up our sleeves now and get to work. St. Francis of Assisi said, all the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. So let's light another Democratic candle tonight and invest in the next generation of leaders. Chenise is a demonstrated leader. She is a board-certified medical provider, was a director at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and is currently Auraria Chief of Staff. She has a legislative track record in Colorado and 6 other states successfully. She knows how to get things done. Chenise sees the big picture, has shown courage, helping to solve big problems, and will work with others. It is Mark's great honor to nominate Chenise Maloof for Senate District 31.
My name is Dr. Angie Piccioni. I'm the Executive Director of the Colorado Department of Higher Education, and you guys were talking about budget cuts. Yeah, I know about budget cuts. They're coming soon. My job is to recognize and activate talent. That's what I do. That's what I've done all my life. I believe that the person who can fill this seat, continue the good work of Senator Hansen, and carry this district forward is Chenise Maloof. Like Chenise, while I had a strong record of experience, I was a relative unknown in the party when I ran for House District 53 in Fort Collins when I was a professor at CSU. There was a party favorite, but it was a campaign, not a vacancy, and I won that seat. In my second term, I was elected the caucus chair. I see a similar path for Chenise. With her background, experience, and passion, coupled with her understanding of the mechanics, systems, and processes of how government works, she will be ready on day one, and that is tomorrow. She knows how to advocate, how to build alliances, and crucially, she knows what's important. My slogan was, it's not about who's right, it's about what's right. Chenise knows what's right for Senate District 31, and I believe she's the right person to fill this seat. So I second the nomination. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. In my short few seconds left here, I just want to say how honored I am by these powerful women here, and that I think now more than ever is the time that we invest in women leadership. My last thank you is to my family. Being the oldest of 5 kids and also a Colorado native, my siblings, I have to give them credit for lessons in the collaboration needed to become a successful legislator. So thank you, family, and thank you to Senate District 31.
Thank you. Chenise Maloof has been properly nominated. Now I ask for Representative-elect Sean Camacho and nominees to please come to the stage. Representative-elect Sean Camacho has sent a letter of intent to run for the position. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative-elect Camacho, and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Senate Representative-elect Camacho to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Melissa Wittenberg and Leslie Paff. The 3 of you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm speaking for Leslie Paff, precinct organizer, and myself, Melissa Wittenberg, mom, nonprofit worker, and precinct organizer. As representatives of the broader community, we must choose a candidate for SD 31 who will serve all of us, not just us here tonight. And because representation matters, I'll reiterate that Latinos make up 22% of our population and only 8% of the Senate. Sean has been thoroughly vetted by voters. He has proven his electability and has earned the trust of our neighbors and friends. Over the past year, the voters have come to know Sean, and with a resounding majority, have chosen him. We can honor that choice here tonight. Sean is empathetic and exceptionally intelligent. He is thoughtful, attentive, and takes the time to gather information in order to make well-informed decisions. He is the leader we need to foster unity within the party and to demonstrate sound judgment when making laws on our behalf. I am so proud to nominate Sean Camacho to State Senate.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you online to Leslie, who I know is fighting COVID, but thank you very much as well. I would like to thank you yet again for engaging in this process, because I think if there's one thing that came from it, especially for me, it's that we have a renewed energy among Democrats to talk about the one issue that is continually holding us back from achieving the progressive policies we all care about, and that is Tabor. I can tell you, during those years when I worked on this, there were many times when it felt like I was screaming into the wind about the issues that were holding us back, and now there's new energy about it. If there's anything good that comes from that, it is that we are changing the conversation about how we get the Colorado we all deserve. I campaigned on Tabor, in part because it was, again, the most pressing issue that we have. The voters overwhelmingly approved of it. I am prepared to execute on a Tabor strategy that really creates real change starting tomorrow, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. If you are tired of talking about why we underfund K-12, why we can have higher ed funding, why our healthcare system is in crisis or we can't afford affordable housing, then take this opportunity to vote for change. I am offering a different path, but I can't do it alone. I need the loudest microphone I can because that is what it's going to take to create the change we've been fighting for years. I am incredibly honored by your sacrifice of time and your attention, and I am so honored to be considered for SD31, and I hope to have your vote tonight because I think we can make a real difference together. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative-elect Sean Camacho has been properly nominated. Chris Kiari and nominators, please come to the stage. Chris Kiari has sent a letter of intent to run for this position. At this time, the chair recognizes Chris Kiari, and for the purpose of nominating and seconding Chris Kiari to fill the Senate District 31 vacancy, Elijah Eagle-Lewis and Ian Tafoya. You have 3 minutes total.
Saving the best for last. What's up, Denver Democrats? Like many of you, since the SD31 vacancy was announced, I've been hounded by several candidates looking for my support and vote to fill this vacancy. Many of these candidates have accomplished great things for the community on a narrow band of issues. Chris Kiari is a candidate who's a small business owner, a member of organized labor, an advocate against the ills of the healthcare industry, and an environmental activist who has shown how they are intertwined. As one of the party's environmental officers involved at the municipal, state, and DNC energy environment levels, I have heard nothing but weak platitudes about the potential environmental policy from the majority of these candidates, except for one. Among the candidates vying for the SD31 slot, this candidate, Chris Kiari, has transparently outlined with detail the 5 bills as elected senator he would be able to propose that are very much environmentally focused. There's one candidate fighting for environmental justice with proven environmental policy results for the people of Denver, and only one, I am convinced, will continue it for the people of Colorado. Therefore, I, Elijah Lewis, PO of 215, hereby nominate Chris Kiari for Colorado State Senator for District 31.
Thank you. My name is Ian Thomas Tafoya, and I'm also a leader here in the party and run for mayor, but I had a whole speech set up, but there was a question earlier about what would somebody do to help lift people from our community, the Latino community, the disadvantaged community, the environmental justice communities. I'm here to tell you that Chris Kiari is this person. I met him in the halls of city council when I worked there when I was younger, and when I became disillusioned about the treatment of the unhoused in my community, about the expansion of I-70 at $2 billion only to cause more harm to my community, he not only helped me file my paperwork to run for city council, he helped fundraise the $150,000 it took to take on the state of Colorado. Since then, we filed petition after petition after petition on a wide range of issues, from democracy to the environment. He has proven to be a team player when we will lead when our legislators are failing. I am proud to second my friend Chris Kiari for Senate.
Thank you, Eagle. Thank you, Ian. Ditch the ditch, we were together. Green roofs, we were together. Waste no more, we were together. 71% of the vote here in Denver. This district represents the most progressive core values on paradigm-shifting change on healthcare and the environment, because in the blue state of Colorado, we're the bluest of blue districts. I am standing in front of you to be the Senate leader that is ready to be that paradigm shift and represent and push national policy towards a clean environment, clean water, and cleaning up the world we live in for the future. Thank you. I'm Chris Kiari, and I am asking for your vote tonight for State Senate.
Thank you. Thank you. Chris Kiari has been properly nominated. We will now open the floor to other nominations if there are any. Please bear in mind that in order to qualify to run for this seat, you must be 25 years of age, have lived in Senate District 31 for 1 year, and affiliated as a Democrat for 1 year to the date of this meeting. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? One more time, are there any other nominations? Seeing no additional nominations, nominations are closed. We are now ready to vote. In-person members, please scan the QR code on the screen to access the ballot. If you need assistance, please raise your hand. Members on Zoom, please click on the ballot link in chat or scan the QR code on the sides of your screen. If you need assistance, please type help in chat. You will have 5 minutes to vote starting now. We will hold voting open for anyone having difficulty casting their vote. Please begin voting. Yes, they can. May I have your attention? For those who wish to use a paper ballot, please see one of the volunteers. I tried. Okay. Yeah. It's not taking my email. It's not taking my email. Oh, there it fine. It'll stop. It'll do it. Why do they keep...
They're not look. Oh yeah, I can't really. Hello, hello. May I get your attention? If you own a blue Nissan Rogue, it's on still. It's running. I want to see what that.
It is license plate ending in N70.
Colorado license plate ending in N70.
Thank you. That's true. Yeah, I'm trying to do my, you got to go through all those pictures and pick out traffic lights. Hello? Hello? One minute till voting closes. 1 minute. If you still need assistance, please raise your hand. Oh, you're so welcome. Okay, please take your seats. Is there anyone who has not voted? Voting is about to close. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay, voting is now closed. Please take your seats. Credentials Committee, could you hold on for 1 minute? Credentials? Credentials, Betsy? With the designated candidate observers, please follow the credentials team to the counting room. Designated observers. Vacancy members, please remain close by and ready to reconvene quickly. We may need to proceed to an additional round of voting. Thank you.
Have at it.
Hello, can I get your attention? This is about a car. This is about someone trying to leave the premises and they can't because there's an Audi. And the last of the number, which is a Colorado license plate, is K10. So there's an Audi that is blocking someone in the parking lot. Thank you.
And since we have your attention, we're ready to announce the results of this round of voting. Elliot Lewis, acting chair of credentials, is walking away. He's got the results. Just hold tight, please. I also want to remind folks that if you do not have a purple card or a purple credential, do not vote. They're caught and they're thrown out, but it does create more work for our credentials team. Only members of the vacancy committee may vote. Guests, please do not try to use that QR code. It just makes everything much harder. Okay. Elliot. Oh, sure. Just so I get this right. Ready? Elliot Lewis, acting chair of credentials, to report the results. Yes.
The reports are as follows. Ball, 32 votes, 30.48%. Steve Woodrow, 25 votes, 23.81%. Sean Camacho, 18 votes, 17.14%. Van Buskirk, 15 votes, 14.29%. Maloof, 8 votes, 7.62%. Halpern, 6 votes, 5.71%. Kiari, 1 vote, 0.95%. With that results, Chris Kiari will be dropped from the round 2 voting, and we will go to that round.
Thank you, Chris, for running. Since no one achieved the threshold of 50% plus 1, we will immediately proceed to a second round of voting with the remaining 6 candidates. In-person members, may I have your attention, please? In-person members, please scan the new QR code on the screen to access the ballot. Members on Zoom, please click on the ballot link in the chat or scan the QR code. Raise your hand if you need assistance. Please begin voting now. Voting will close in 5 minutes. How do you start it? Just what?
If I just type it, it's hard for my scanner to
Hello, hello. May I have your attention, please? The Audi is blocking someone who needs to leave. And so if you are the owner of a black Audi DSQK10, please move your car. Yeah. Has everyone voted? Do we have anyone still needing to vote? Okay, voting is closed. Thank you.
do it. We have the results. And they are Matt Ball, 32 votes, 31.37%. Stephen Woodrow, 30 votes, 29.41%. Monica Van Buskirk, 15 votes, 14.71%. Sean Camacho, 14 votes, 13.73%. Halpern, 7 votes, 6.86%. And Maloof, 4 votes, 3.92%. We will go into a third round of voting and dropping Maloof. Thank you so much, Chenise, for running. We are now ready to vote. Again, please use the QR code displayed on the screen. If you need help, ask for help. We have 5 minutes to complete voting. Thank you. It's not letting me type in my email. We have 1 minute left before we close voting. Please finish up. 1 minute before voting closes. Voting is now closed. Susan Rogers or Andrew Fisher, may I see you, please? Susan or Andrew? Please come see the chair. Parliamentarians. Did you want to go first? Did you want to see the numbers before you go? Don't remember, but 12. You're at 12. Okay. We have results. Matt Ball has 35 votes, 35%. Stephen Woodrow has 30 votes, 30%. Monica Van Buskirk has, is this a 16? 16 votes, 16%. Sean Camacho, 12 votes, 12%. And Iris Halpern, 7 votes, 7%. Representative-elect Camacho would like to make an announcement. Oh. Thank you. Thank you.
And since I feel like I still have the microphone, because I actually do, I will not get the opportunity to walk around and thank everyone who's been with me from the HD6 race to here. I would just love to thank Melissa and Katie and so many other folks. And I won't get the chance to say that to you personally, but heartfelt, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I am going to repeat that Representative-elect Sean Camacho has decided to withdraw from this race. The folks on Zoom didn't hear that, so that's why I'm repeating it. We will now go to the next round of voting. New QR code will appear on the screen. We'll have 5 minutes to vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. Yes, Iris had the least votes. I'm sorry she's being excluded from the next ballot. Thank you for running. 1 minute till voting closes. 1 minute. Voting is closed.
but we're down to Ball and Woodrow. Oh, 05.
We have results. We have results. Matt Ball has 49 votes, 46.67%. Stephen Woodrow has 36 votes, 34.29%. And Monica Van Buskirk has 20 votes, 19.05%. Monica will not appear on the next ballot. Monica, thank you very much for running. I will recognize Monica Van Buskirk.
I, of course, want to thank my awesome team, Monica, because they've been great. But I do want to say to the Senate, it's important that me, as a woman, as a mom, as a queer person, has made it this far with your guys' votes. I obviously have all of the qualifications. I wish more of you would have thought that. But I'm really grateful that this district has somebody that years ago couldn't even own a business, that you guys have put me into this race in a meaningful way. So thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Since no one achieved 50% plus one, we are proceeding to the next round of voting. New QR code. Is the new QR code posted? Begin voting. You have 5 minutes. So, Wendy, you have those. Do you have those certificates? We need to get into. One minute until voting closes. 1 minute. Voting is now closed. The results are Matt Ball, 61 votes, 62.2%. Stephen Woodrow, 37 votes, 37.76 votes. We have a winner. Congratulations. I recognize Representative Woodrow.
I just want to be the first to congratulate our newest senator for SD 31, Matt Ball.
Oh. The chair recognizes our new senator, Matt Ball.
Oh, man. Thank you, everybody. I know folks are leaving, but I just want to say this is the part that I did not plan for, but I want to thank a number of people who are here. First, I want to thank the people who have voted in this, the precinct organizers. I'm sure when you put your name down at caucus, you did not think that you would be the most popular people in the city of Denver over the holidays, but you were. Thank you so much for your involvement in this process, for being so engaged. This really felt like what democracy should feel like, so thank you. I want to thank all of the other candidates who brought amazing ideas to this race. I hope that I have the opportunity to move some of those ideas forward, from some of the ideas we heard about supporting women to some of the ideas that we heard about healthcare. I'd like to be someone who can bring those forward to the legislature on behalf of all of the wonderful candidates that we had here today. I'd also like to thank some of the people on my team, Sterling Sims, Alex Gutierrez, Carrie Ladd, you've been amazing, Courtney Lang, Stephanie Wilson, Eli and Ryan, my friends from the Army. You've all knocked doors for me over the last 2 months, and that's meant so much to me. I want to thank my nominator, Kathy, who did a wonderful job, and my brother, Kismet, who stole the show. And then lastly, I just want to thank my wonderful wife, Giselle. I have taken you on some wild rides, baby, so here's another one. Last but not least, I'm really honored to have your support. This is the honor of a lifetime for me. This is my home. This is my community. I moved back to Denver to get civically involved because I wanted to do something that made a difference in the community that I care about so much. I promise that I will be a state representative who listens, who is honest, who shows up in the same way that we've been showing up together for the last several months. I can't wait to get started tomorrow. Thank you so much. Senator, says James.
That concludes our business for today. May I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you all for coming, and thank you to all the candidates.